Alrighty, let's see if this is gonna be something worth doing today. It's gonna be our first stream today. We are currently in Dominica in the Embraer 175, that American Eagle livery. This is going to be from Flight Sim Studios, and it's going to be the most up-to-date model that they or version that they have out right now. So right now we are just at the gate or at the stand, so to speak, here in Dominica because we don't have gates. We're on the ramp and we are, parked in one of our medium bays. Now, although we are in a medium bay, GSX still does not recognize. It always says that the aircraft is too the aircraft is too large for the gate. Um, but it will still. We should still be able to have something go on here. Now, one thing I don't like about GSX is in small remote airports like this, instead of just, having the passengers or having a profile that will allow you to, just have passengers walk out like this is a gate, just walk out and come on, they have to bring a passenger bus all the way over here and ruins the immersion by driving all the way through here and then we're all the way inside here and then having persons walk from here to there. I would love to see GSX integrate something for especially scenery makers where they can just designate one of these locations as either an entry or an exit point to the airport and allow for persons to exit and enter from here and come onto the aircraft, which would be, and then they would split off if they're going to be using two two entrances. They would do it that way. One would go through here, one would go through here, and they would just split off and do what they need to do. But we would need at least, having just one starting point right there, which, would be useful, so to speak. Now, again, we are in the Embraer 175. Right now, we're just running my usual setup. This is my GTX 980 with my i5 6600K. We're running about 20 gigs of RAM, and we're streaming via OBS. Now, my settings here are going to be between ultra and high. Some settings are going to be in medium because there are just so many limitations with especially a GTX 980 that you can do. So we definitely have to make some trade-offs when, doing this type of thing, especially for the sim. I'm still not able to get into Flight Sim 2024. Apparently, I, opted out of the or I tried to uninstall and reinstall Flight Sim 2024, and apparently it's not reinstalling. It stops or it fails. Believe that I gotta restart my PC, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna, appease Microsoft just for that when I own Flight Sim 2020 outright, and I can still fly through Flight Sim 2020 perfectly fine. Now here we are on the cockpit or on the flight in the flight deck or on the flight deck. Sorry. Right now we already have battery. Our batteries are on. We are on GPU. And we have our no smoking sign set to on. Our APU is off, uh, but we have not yet gotten our flight details set up. So I'm just going to go ahead and import our SimBrief flight plan here. And it says no airport data found. So let me go back onto SimBrief and attempt to redo that. I'm hoping that it's not gonna have me redo the entire thing. So I'm generating a flight off of here, and I believe we have to enter an Envoy 448 Golf. That's gonna be our flight today. Let's do. All right, and our destination is gonna be Miami, and it's Envoy 448 Golf. All right. There we go. So we got our import done. Now, if in the event that you get that type of error, again, you just enter the information and it will pull it. I'm guessing it's mainly because Dominica. I'm not sure if it's some data issue or whatever it is, but we're here in Dominica, and I'm just going to go ahead and select that. So our departures today is going to be via the current one departure, raise that transition, and then we're going to continue on. We're cruising at flight level 340 today. We have 51 passengers, and this is about a 3-hour, 45-minute flight. I'm going to say about 4 hours because, again, you never know exactly what can happen. We are going to be flying on VATSIM today, which means that we should, expect delays with landing in the event that we get over there and there are going to be delays. I'm not sure if I'm going to be streaming the entire way through. Again, this is me flying from Dominica all the way over to Miami, and again, with this type of setup, sometimes I fly into Miami and I'm perfectly fine, but other times I go into Miami and I experience some stuttering. So I did back off on my settings after, the flight that I did out of Miami, but, I'm not expecting great things or great results from that. So I'm just going to expect for, while we depart, we are going to expect some delay, or we're going to expect some stuttering up on landing. So now that we're here, we're going to go over to our departure tab here, and we are going to be departing runway 09er. Our runway is dry, flaps 2 select. We're going to go flaps 2. That's reasonable. Again, the runway here in Flight Simulator is showing that it's shorter than, what the real thing is. I'm guessing that's just the sim doing whatever it does. But there is a lot more runway to this, and that does not end right here. It's a lot further back there, and there's a lot more runway to it. Landing here is pretty easy. If you've seen or if you've flown here a lot, especially using the ATR aircraft, landing here is very easy. Landing from the mountainside is a lot trickier because again, the runway is short here in the flight simulator. The runway is very short, and although when you actually fly over and you come down to land, you do have a lot of space. The aircraft does stop on a dime, but realistically, it's in the sim, it's represented as a little bit shorter than what it's supposed to be. All right, so we're calculating our information here, and we're going to go ahead and do a real-time loading, and then we're just going to go ahead and start GXX right now.
Refueling truck is on its way. Please
all right, so this is going to be.
The fuel truck arrives and asks to do.
They're going to do whatever they're going to do. I'm going to request catering services. Although we don't have catering here in Dominica, it's not going to do. We got to reload it. So again,
fuel truck is in position.
Realistically, we're not going to bother with it at all.
Please don't load aircraft until the fuel truck arrives and asks to do. This party boarding requested. Do you want to board crew?
Let's go both.
Crew bus is coming.
Alright, here we go. Crew buses inbound or en route. For some reason, this is, or GSX stops everything else that is happening. Alright, let's go to our manifest. This is going to be sent to our MCDU or McDo. But while we do that, we're going to go ahead and load up our route in here. So we're not going to flight plan, we're going over to route. Now, it's from Dominica to Miami.
Crew boarding starting.
There we go, and it's Envoy 448 Golf. And we're going to send that flight plan request over to our company so we can get it Get it back. It's already received. For some reason, it comes back very quickly, although it does take some time to go out and back in. But we're going to apply the active here today. All right, and there we go. So the aircraft is set up. Let's see here. Go over to our charts and let us get Dominica's chart pulled up. All right, so right now I'm connecting to VATSIM
Your passenger's
as
bus is
Envoy
coming.
448 Golf. Just add that there. All right, Envoy 448 Golf, we are connected. All right, 118.9er is what we're going to be setting for our tower frequency. There we go.
Passengers boarding starting.
All right, there are boarded passengers right now. All right, our fuel is not being loaded here.
May I see your boarding pass?
Still got 18 minutes, so I'm guessing that they're going to be doing refueling soon. I'm just checking everything else on the ground here.
This way.
Just making sure that everything is being done the way that it should. We're 09 via the Carrot 1 departure, raise at transition, and we're going to apply that, and we should be all set for our flight plan. It's shown up here,
May I see your boarding pass?
and we're just going to go ahead and allow for them to get everything else set up. So we're going to select our initial altitude, so we're going to climb up initially up to 7,000 feet, and then we're going to continue from
May I see
there.
your boarding pass?
We are on VATSIM. This is our CTAF, and we're just going to go ahead and make sure everything is good. That's our electric pump. All right, so we have not yet started to refuel, so I'm going to have to wait for that to proceed to happen.
Good morning.
All right, there it goes. So our fueling has begun. Again, it is going to take a few minutes for all of that to get done. Apparently, I think GSX has completed their boarding procedures. Yep, see, as I was speaking about, we don't have buses to take passengers to and from the aircraft. Everything is done manually. You walk through here and you enter the aircraft. You exit and you exit through here and you're out. There is no form of bus that will take you in and then just drive straight through the aircraft like that. So, definitely need GSX to, or need to suggest a few things here. But they're just loading the baggage here. I don't think we have any fuel truck connected because although we do have GSX integration with this aircraft, it's not, you know, something that is fully functional, but it's still okay to use, you know, to get everything, to get you set up. Well, normally by now I would start up our APU, but I'm not gonna, you know, go ahead and power up the APU when we're not even fully loaded yet, or we're not even fully fueled. We checked our, check our manifest here. Everything here, this is going to be sent to the Amadu. However, I'm going to wait until we've gotten loaded up in order for us to do that. So let's say we still got like about 15 minutes of loading to complete. We are going to need 16,150 pounds of fuel on board to get us all the way over to Miami. We need a little bit more. I do like having at least 16,500 pounds, but or sometimes 17,000 pounds, but this should be okay. Weather in the Caribbean is pretty nice right now, and we are expected to have a nice little tailwind here now and then. So yeah, we're just waiting for our boarding to complete. While we wait, we're just taking a look at everything else here being done. All right, so it looks like GSX has completed baggage loading. Oh, there's like one more bag. Oh, nope, two more. All right, it is complete, and our boarding is completed, but...
Hi, Captain. Boarding is completed.
All right, so we're just gonna click instant here just to ensure that we have everything the way that we need to have it. All right, so our let's just remove our cones and let's go ahead and begin our APU startup control. So get our electric pump and let's switch on our APU. All right, APU gen off bus. Let's go ahead and switch on our APU generator. And there goes our GPU. Let's go ahead and close our doors here today while we get out of Dominica. All right, and there goes our...
My name is Martin, and with First Officer Iqbal, we'll have the pleasure...
My name is not Martin, and my first officer's name is not
We'll
Iqbal.
soon start taxiing to
But
the runway. Flight should take place on time. Please listen to the cabin crew's instructions during the flight. Thank you, and have a smooth flight.
all right, so we can get rid of our GPU and our wheel chocks today. Now we're gonna go ahead and prep for our start. So we got our seatbelt signs on. We're gonna go ahead and sterilize our cockpit today. Let's just go ahead and close this door. And yeah, that's the emergency door lock. We click this here to get rid of this. These are just papers that they stick around here. All right, so we got our bleed valve open. Everything else looks good.
This
And we're
check-in is too
prepping
small for your
for our departure right now. Let's reset the position for GSX because although we have departure clearance, she is definitely going to come out here and do some...
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Yes, please. Thank you. I really don't want you interfering with my aircraft right now because you are going to go ahead and push back when we do not push back off of this gate. For some reason, they think that you push off of this gate, but we don't. Um, just getting my A-car set up right now for American Airlines. And although they have me as Golf Alpha, but it's going to be Envoy 448 Golf for me. All right, so we're going to go ahead and prepare for our engine start now. We got our red beacon lights set to on, and we should be able to get our startup going. Make sure that all our ground equipment is clear. Everything is clear on our side. Let's go. Engine 2 is in startup. On the ground, this looks great spinning. Once you're in the air, this all just starts looking normal. Alright, time to mute that stuff. Alright, so our engine is started on the right. And we're going to start our left engine. And again, we are departing from Dominica today. It's going to be a pretty long flight out of Dominica. It's going to be at least 3.5 hours, 3.5 to 3 hours and 45 minutes. We did not get a TCAS code, so yeah, I forgot to send that information to my MCDU. Yes, engine takeoff, no data. Don't worry, we'll have them input that for us. It automatically gets inputted by our lovely first officer here. You're doing great. So now that we've got everything done here, we're going to go ahead and select flaps 2. Right, there she goes. She's inputting everything here for us before our departure. And we are doing a flex. Is it a flex? I think we're going to take off. No flex today, if I'm not mistaken. No flex. All right, so it's takeoff. We're going in toga. So we are max toga, and let's do our takeoff config.
No takeoff. Brake.
Yep, our brakes are set, and we're just waiting here. Let me just go ahead and cool down our APU in the meantime. Alright, so our APU is in cooldown. Let's check our flight controls here. Alright, flight controls are check free. Rudder is being checked. There we go. Rudder is checked and centered. Right, so we are going to go ahead and call up Douglas Charles traffic, letting them know that we are about to taxi out to runway 09er. Douglas Charles traffic, Envoy 448 Golf. We are taxiing to runway 09er via Charlie. Alright, so we are brakes off right now, And we're going to go ahead and taxi out to runway 09er via Charlie. All right, so let's get our taxi lights to on. And we're going to set our auto brake to RTO, rejected takeoff. And Douglas Charles traffic envoy 448 Gulf, we are back taxiing runway 27 for runway 09 at Charlie. Alright, so we're on a back taxi right now. So we're going to taxi down to the end of the runway and then we're departing. Again, we're using full toga.
Cabin crew, be ready for
Mainly because in the simulator, this runway is pretty short. It's shorter than what it actually is in real life. But I'm guessing that's the limitations of... Nope, not a red beacon. Come on. So there we go. Soon as we turn around, we're going to be turning on our landing lights. And we can go ahead and turn on our TCAS right now from standby to TARA, tilt above. Alright, so we do have a pretty nice crosswind coming off of our, will be coming off of our nose from the right when we turn around here. Alright, so now we're going to go ahead and turn around on the runway here. Going to use our brakes a bit here so that we can slow down, and then we're going to go ahead and do a full turn. Now, there is an area here for turnaround. For some reason, it's not modeled in the sim. I am using the SLM or SLH Sim Designs Dominica. But there isn't an area here for turnaround for the aircrafts for some reason. But it's all fine. We should be able to turn around with this. This aircraft does turn around pretty well here, as you can see. Alright, so we are turned around. Now you see where our windsock is fully extended here. And this is going to be a pretty interesting takeoff. Alright, so let's go ahead and call up Douglas Charles traffic on 448 Golf. We're departing runway 09er on the current one departure to reset, climbing 7000. Douglas Charles traffic. Alright, so we're going to be departing right now. Let's go. Alright. Thrust set. Check. Oh, a lot of rudder there. That wind is ridiculous. Right, so positive rate, we're gear up. Still inputting some rudder here. Too much of a pitch angle here, but we are literally attempting to climb as quickly as possible outside here to get above. Alright, we're running AP on, and we're waiting for our flaps to come through. Let's do our level change, and our flaps are going up. As we overspeed our flaps. Alright, so our throttle is on. flaps are up and retracted. For some reason we just experienced some stutter there. And we've left Dominica, guys. So we are even now. Let's switch over to nav as we turn and head over to Miami, or head over to Adver, and then over to Rayzet. Now we're gonna go ahead and continue our climb here up to flight level 340. And Douglas Shaw traffic envoy 448. We are airborne passing 6,000 feet. Direct to Adver, then Rayzet, climb in to flight level 340. All right, so we're gonna switch over to advisory. 12, oh, no, not 122.8. Let's go to radio here. 122.800. We're over to advisory. This is, all right, let's take that out. Perfect, thank you so much. All right, and we are airborne. All right, now that we're airborne, we're gonna go ahead and turn off our taxi lights. And we are still below 10,000 feet, so our sterile cockpit light is gonna remain on. Alright, so we're at 10,000 feet. Landing lights are off. Sterile cockpit is off. And we should remain, or we are continuing that climb out right now. Ooh, they told me my pitch exceeded 20 degrees nose up. We're pretty light today, so I think the passengers could, you know, they don't mind, they like it. Alrighty, yo. So we are en route to Miami. Here we go, our flight details. Let's keep it to that. I would love some visual representation here of the flight, or somewhere below here, that shows our position and how far we are away from the airport. Alright, so now that we are all the way up, we're going to go ahead and switch off our seatbelt signs. And we are just coasting in this beautiful aircraft. Let's just take a quick look at this aircraft. The sounds are amazing. One thing that I do not appreciate is these little black smoke that streaks out, because sometimes it does not line up properly. You will see some stutters here and there, but other than that, it's mainly because of the location that I'm at, and also my GPU again is being stressed out by this, you know, by the amount of load, or the amount of workload that it has to endure on a day-to-day basis. So now we are taking a look at our progress bar here. Our next is going over to Rayzet. Our destination, Miami, is 1,219 nautical miles, about 4 hours away. So at this point, we are getting some crosswind here, 25 knots. When we get over to Rayzet, this is gonna, you know, gradually, you know, go over to full crosswind, and then after gradually it will come around. But I believe that this is gonna happen once we are at Juliet or Juliana. Okay, here comes our transition altitude. Slight stutter there. Now we are standard set, and we are just going to continue our climb up to flight level 340. For some reason, it shows up differently all the time here. Let's see. And I did hit 7 and it showed something totally different. Wow. Okay, so we are airborne and everything should move smoothly. So I'm just going to keep this view here because I'm not going to be, sitting here for the entire time. And just keeping a look at this. Again, the 175, I believe, from what I understood, they are going to be implementing the VNAV and everything soon. If I'm not mistaken, sometime in this month, February or March. And now we should be approaching reset in a sec. Again, I don't have any of these things set up. All right, there we go. We're approaching reset at this time, and we should be just coasting. So again, wow, we're getting like about 42 knots or 43 knots of a headwind. Just now that's gonna turn into a tailwind or a crosswind. I'm hoping that we can get a tailwind as we head up. We will definitely get it. Depends on how the jetway or the jet streams roll, but we're hoping for the best here. Just gonna capture a pretty nice shot of this. We add some color? No, we're taking off color. Alright, let's add some details. No, we're removing details. That's impossible. Alright, some of these don't look well. Alright, well, I'll just keep what I got. If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I am just grabbing a photo here of this shot. so we can just post it into our Discord. And today we're just acting as passengers as we climb, so shouldn't be much of a nothing big, nothing major. I definitely am going to be upgrading my GPU, mainly because there are lots of things that I would love to see done a lot differently or look a lot better in my sim. We do have some ice or some ice buildup right here. But again, a lot of things that I want to see differently in my sim, especially these textures. Again, my GPU is, you know, struggling with a lot of the textures here. Again, it's a GTX 980. It's almost a 20-year card, a 20-year-old card, and there we go. I think we just leveled off. Flight level 340. Let's check. Nope, we did not. For a second there, the aircraft literally stopped climbing, and I thought it leveled off. Wonder if we're getting to show 6. For some reason, the visual here is pretty bad. I'll just keep it as is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have just reached cruising altitude. The entire flight is carried out in accordance with the submitted flight plan. The weather at the destination airport should be good, and we do not expect any disruptions during the rest of the flight. However, it is recommended to keep your seatbelts fastened in case of unexpected turbulence.
Ready, guys? If you notice, we are having some turbulence here, so I did turn on the fasten seatbelt signs. Looks like the jet streams are colliding in a pretty bad way. So we're just gonna try to maintain we're gonna keep on our seatbelt signs all the way up until we reach to a point where this jet stream is not as bad. So the winds are turbulent up this way. Well, we're just gonna remain here like this, and we're just gonna go ahead and continue. I love the sounds that they did record in the cabin here, and you know, it sounds a lot more realistic than some others that you would just hop in and then never have that sound. But we just keep looking, and our flight again is gonna be up to 3 hours, so this stream is gonna last for a pretty long time. I'm not sure if I'm gonna really continue the entire stream, but we'll see. Rightio, ladies and gentlemen. So we are just approached. Well, we just left the U.S. Virgin Islands, and we're heading up to. I think we pass San Juan's location shortly. Um, yeah. So we're over St. Croix. From what I'm seeing, we do have United Airlines 767 that is flying about 1,000 feet above us. He is somewhere around. I'm not seeing him or anything like that. But we'll keep an eye out. And see if he pops up on our radar here. But he should be off to our right or some our left or something. But for now, again, I am experiencing some low latency or some stutters. I may disconnect off of that sim. That may be the cause because apparently deliveries are not being loaded up. I have to fix that FSTL or FSLTL thing because it says that they're not seeing the files, which means that 47 gigabytes I am gonna definitely need to find some way to add it to my community folder and set it up in order for me to be able to get the traffic shown in the sim as it should be represented. So we're just going to continue our flight here. Again, we still have a few hours. You can pop in here and there, but for the time being, you can just follow the flight on VATSIM or go to VATStatic or VATSpy, whatever you use to view VATSIM traffic, and we should be approaching San Juan, which San Juan, Puerto Rico is right ahead of us right here. So as you guys have noticed, we've just passed San Juan, Puerto Rico, and that means that we're still here. We are, successfully able to continue our flight. There are no issues with the flight, and for now we're cruising at flight level 340. If I check our VAT static here today, or our VATSIM radar, should show us crossing San Juan, heading into some area of precipitation, heavy precipitation around that area. I still do have our seatbelt signs still on because I don't think I want to handle another turbulent, flying experience. Just a while ago, we had some pretty bad turbulence, flying around the area. I don't have my weather radar on. I hate doing this. Please don't do this. Alright, happens usually whenever I change views. Alright, in order for us to turn our weather radar on, if you guys are not aware, you hit on map here. I'm going to turn my TCAS on. For some reason, the TCAS was not on, and then you select weather. However, whenever you select the weather radar, this disappears. We switch it to off, everything comes back. Alright, so just be careful whenever using the weather radar, because all this does tend to go away once you select the weather radar on. Alright. Alrighty, you guys. So all the way up, we are just starting to approach the Cayman Islands and the Bahamas. Apparently, we are still flying pretty good. There's no issues. So I'm gonna start preparing the aircraft for our, initial approach into the runway here today. Now, I am using SimBrief for me to take a look at my flight plan and for, getting information related to our runways. So today, our arrival should be the Vice 2 arrival into runway 12. So I'm just going to go ahead and set that up on my Navigraph charts right now. And when I'm done, I think I'm going to be trying to do or set up my traffic so I can be able to see traffic a lot better. So I'm pulling up my Navigraph charts. And I am going to unload a few things here. So you will hear some stuttering. Again, my PC is very bad for streaming and doing multiple things at one time. Again, I am going to be upgrading this system shortly. Maybe upgrade to either 1080 or if in the event that I do get a cheap RTX card, I will try to get a cheap RTX card. And then I'm going to be upgrading my CPU later on down the line. But for now, my CPU is fine. I can overclock up to 4.3 gigahertz, so I should be okay with that. All right, so our Vice 3 arrival, and from what I know, we are going to be runway 12. And what is the transition? There is Mattis, but from what I'm seeing, we don't have any types of transition here. Let's do for the Gloria transition. That means that it is going to take us all the way out from Bills, and then we are headed over to Gloria, then Piana. But I am not going to be doing that full because that's taking me a long ways out and back around and looping back around into the airport. Now, what I'm gonna do is, overlay our chart here so I can get some more information, so I can see our airport direction and our runway direction. Sorry, because I do know where the airport is. So our Miami SeaTac, we are landing on 12, so that's 123.9er. And our runway today is going to be runway 12. Our minimums for today is 380 feet. It's 377 for the ILS, but we are going to select 380, or I'm just going to go ahead and do 580 feet, mainly because we are going to be doing a visual landing. I mean, I can set up for the ILS, but I am going to leave it as a visual. For today, Miami is beautiful today, so the weather should not be a factor for us. So right now, I'm just going to go ahead and set up our or McDo here for our route. So now our arrival route, our runway is going to be runway 12. We are going to keep in fact with the ILS, with the Gloria transition, and there we go. So that's in there. I completely forgot that we're doing a Vice 2 arrival already. Alright, so let's go to the next page for Vice 2. And we do have a transition. That transition is able to be seen on our Navigraph chart. So the transition, Vice 2 Mattis transition. So we're just going to go ahead and select Mattis, and we are going to apply it. We're going to go to flight plan right now, and then I'm going to switch this over to the plan mode, where I am able to go next. No. Flight plan. Okay, so it's waypoint centered. Okay, so it is centering it on the waypoint, so I'm just gonna have to try to get this down. Okay, so it's not doing what I wanted to do. Alright, let's switch back to our plan then. Currently, it's not allowing me to go next and see all of the other things that I need to see here. Okay, so it's not doing what I needed to do right now. Select route. Let's see if it will do from here. No, it does not. Do it. And it did it previously, so not sure what its deal is. But from what I know, we should be able to move this around. And we're hanging here. Oh well, I know what the approach is supposed to look like. I'm just going to go ahead and keep it as is. And then we should be able to just keep that in mind. Now I'm going to go ahead and, do a discussion again on the VNAV portion of this, because as we know, Flight Sim Studios did not add vertical navigation to this aircraft. It's still in the works. It's still in the works for them. However, we are going to go ahead and set up the vertical navigation here, so you guys are, or you guys know how to do it. Now, vertical navigation, so to speak, is not that difficult, to really pre-plan on this. I did it previously on one of our, on the channel here, while I was doing the same exact flight. Now, in order for you to know what your top of descent is, you have to visit something like SimBrief. For example, they provide you with your briefing preview, and I think I should be able to add something here. Let me add something extra. Let me add my browser. Okay. Oh, nope. Okay, so let me remove that browser source. Yeah, because OBS is... Alright, let's add a source. Let's capture a display. Let's add a browser. We should be able to just pop in our URL source and then just add it here. Alright, let's put this in. Alright, let's accept all our... It's not allowing me to accept my cookies, so for some reason it's not doing what it needs to do. I do not. Alright, let's remove browser. Okay, we're getting this to be done. It very troublesome. So I am just, let's do a window capture. Let's do this. All right, so there it is. Okay, so now I'm doing the window capture here. So sim brief is gonna be, over our or overlaid here. So now I'm just gonna go ahead and show you guys. So now that you're on sim brief, or you would be on sim brief trying to, figure out how am I gonna, process a descent, especially for a location that does not have any air traffic controllers at this time. There we are. Outside here where we're inbound, and we should be entering our approach somewhere around this area here. Now notice that Miami does not have any controllers online, and they would not be able to provide us with any descent clearance or anything like that. So in order for us to get set up, on this is here where we need to go. So look right here. This is where our top of descent is going to be under our briefing preview. Normally, whenever you load up SimBrief, this is how it's going to look. And this is what it's going to look like. You're going to hit on briefing preview. And if you scroll down here, you notice our top of climb, which was right here. And we're within the San Juan FIR. And now we get to our top of descent. Now, this is our top of descent location. Now, if you notice, there is the Vice 2 arrival right here at Clier, and our top of descent is right here. Then we hit the jets. Now, top of descent is what you're going to look at. This is the time. This is the time you're supposed to arrive at your top of descent. This is the time that you're going to arrive at Clier. Now, Clier is at 0253. And your top of descent is at 0255. Now, between those 2 points, it's 2 minutes in between both points in order for you to arrive at your top of descent. So what you're going to do is at your top of descent, so I'm going to go ahead and remove our window capture here. Before our top of descent, what you're going to do is come through here. If you notice, we do have a chronograph here. This is basically your timer. So as soon as you hit your top of descent waypoint, which is going to be Clier, or as soon as you hit the waypoint Clier on your map, you are going to initiate your timer. Now, that timer is going to be right here. You're going to click the chrono button right here, and your timer is going to start. So now, once this counts down to 2 minutes, you are going to initiate your flight level change. So you're going to change your altitude selector down to whatever altitude you want it to be, or whatever you want to descend to. And then you hit flight level change once the 2 minutes has started. Now, as soon as 2 minutes has gone by and you hit, flight level change, then you can stop your chrono graph here, or your chrono time or stopwatch right here. And then you can reset it using this button. Now it will reset, so it won't continue from where it was previously. So just to recap, we planned out our top of descent. Our top of descent is 2 minutes from Clier, which is the waypoint Clier. It's 2 minutes from that. So what you're going to do is on your dashboard here, again, we do not have a VNAV set up on this aircraft. So you are going to select your chrono button, wait for 2 minutes, then you're going to select your flight level change, then you stop your chrono, reset, and you should, be on the proper course for your top of descent. This is how I do it for the time being. It's little tricks like this that you learn while flying, especially if you do not have the ability to, use your vertical navigation. But that's the best way that I found it to work for me. May not work the same for you, but it works for me that way. Now, We are aware that 580 feet is going to be our minimum, so I'm going to go ahead and change that right now. So our barrel down here, I'm going to switch this over to 580 feet for the arrival. Again, the arrival, that 580 feet is just for a VOR navigation only. That's a minimums for VOR, no glide slope. But because we are going to be doing this visually, as a visual approach, I am gonna, have it set up in a way that, I'm gonna be doing a visual approach, no glide slope, but a localizer approach. I will be visual with it within at least 15 miles. Under 1,000 feet, I am gonna be disconnecting my autopilot and flying in manually into the runway. Now again, the aircraft is capable of doing an ILS approach only. It's not going to do an auto land for you. It does not have the capability to do an auto land and roll out, but it does have the capability to do an ILS approach, get on glide for you, and when you feel comfortable with your approach, you are able to disconnect your autopilot and then get down to the runway safely. All right, so that was just my little rendition on how to use the vertical navigation for the time being. There, you don't have vertical navigation, but you are going to be the one who is calculating this. Okay, so you are the one who's calculating it and getting it down on the ground. Okay. All right, so I'm just gonna go back and let you guys enjoy the view of the passing islands. All right, so right now I'm just going to show you guys exactly what I was explaining here with our top of descent. Right now we are still all the way out here getting to Jimoni, and we are still over, the Bahamas coming through to, or the Cayman Islands coming through to the Bahamas. And right now, this is basically going to be our approach. So this is going to be the Vice 2 approach or the Vice 2 arrival into runway 12. Now, this is where Clier is. Clier is right about here. So right about this time here, we are going to need to initiate our, we are going to hit our chrono button for or our stopwatch. We're going to hit our stopwatch and wait 2 minutes. So 2 minutes after this, we are going to, initiate our top of or our descent or our flight level change. That way we can descend down all the way into the runway here. Now, as seen here, we do have 3,000 feet initially to get over land. So 2,000 feet is going to be our initial approach altitude. That's going to be our initial where we enter our final approach fix. But our initial altitude is going to be 3,000 feet. I may drop down to 4,000 or 5,000, and then once I hit bills, oh, I've never known that I could do that. Oh well, sweet. So now when we hit bills to head over to Gloria, we are most likely going to be doing our head-in mode here, and we're going to select our head-in, go all the way over to Gloria because I want to have a widest berth as possible in order for me to, line up with the runway and for us to do our arrival. Now, yeah, this is the first time I've ever seen myself being able to do this. This is pretty cool. In order for you to do this with it, you gotta right click and you find these things out by mistake. But for now, we are still a ways out. If you notice, we still got a lot to go. Our aircraft is going to be flying by in a little bit. This is our setup for our arrival. If you notice, our weather is pretty good. We have a few clouds at 1,000, few clouds at 5,000, and we're scattered at 25,000 feet. The ceiling is at least 12,000 in Miami right now. So all of the FR, so we should be able to fly in. Our winds are 110 at 05 knots. Our visibility is above 10 miles, and our altimeter is 3018. Should be perfect. We should be okay all the way in. Our alternate airport today is going to be Orlando International. It's marginal VFR. We should be able to fly in, but we are not going to be, going around or anything like that. The weather is beautiful in Miami, so we should be all set. All right, so you guys are just going to be able to look at the visuals here and just enjoy the flight. Alrighty, guys. So right now we are approaching Mattis from my perspective here, and we are going to be entering the Vice to arrival. All right. So as we prepare, remember at Clier, we should be initiating or starting our stopwatch here so that we could begin our descent into Miami. Now, again, Miami is still, we do not have any ATC in Miami. I'm going to disable ATC traffic from my Navigraph here because it does use a little extra power here from my CPU. So I'm going to disable that because I don't really need to see much. I already have VATSIM radar up and on my system here, and I'm taking a look. Okay, so Miami is online. From what I'm seeing, we have Miami Ground and we have Miami Tower. Usually these people always look out for whenever there's a lot of persons online head into Miami, and then they just come online just to, just be there. But it's something that is always happening. It's always rampant with anything that you do on VATSIM. So we know we have Miami Tower online and we have Miami Ground. So we are gonna get everything here pulled up. So 118.3 is gonna be Miami Tower. Although they are not the ones we're gonna be needing to talk to, but we will definitely speak with them. Seeing that, that's the tower that is online right now. So let's go ahead and pull up back to the front here in our cockpit. Gonna let the sim stabilize because the sim, usually does its thing whenever it needs to. All right, so Miami Tower 118.3, we're gonna go ahead and put that in the box. And I should have moved my thing. But we also have to remember I am using Ultra for my off-screen terrain pre-caching and so on, so that's why it does take a second here. Whenever I move my camera around, it does freeze for a second if I am only looking at one direction for a pretty long time. All right, let us get 118.3 going. 300. And we got that in the box, prepped and ready for Miami Tower. We won't be contacting Miami Tower until we are, on the approach, turning over at Gloria. And that way we can, be able to speak with them and for them to provide us with our landing clearance today. All right, so 3 hours of flight time later. Let's see, how long have we been? 2 hours and 43 minutes actually. But that's air time. That does not include the ground time, how long we've been on the ground setting up the aircraft and so on. But our air time, we're already over 2 hours. Seatbelt signs, no smoking is still on. I'm not gonna trust, turning off our seatbelt signs. The passengers are free to move about the cabin if they need, but I'm keeping the seatbelt signs turned on because of the fact that we had a little bit of turbulence leaving the Caribbean today. Still got a decent amount of fuel and should be en route pretty fine. If I do have enough time, I think I will do a flight over to Anguilla, just to be someone who asked me to do it. So I'm going to be doing a flight into Anguilla as long as, you know, the route is there in American Airlines Virtual. Again, I am flying for American Airlines Virtual today. I did a couple of flights for them. This is like my 5th flight in the Embraer 175. So this landing is going to mark 5 landings for this particular aircraft since I bought it. So again, it's an aircraft that was purchased and I am going to make use of it. Should have used the money instead of and do something else, but I love the 175. The 175 is a pretty cool airliner. It's a nice little regional jet, and you know, there are lots of things that you can do in this aircraft that you won't typically be able to do otherwise. As you notice, we don't have any data here. That's because there's no you know, appropriate VNAV set up on this aircraft for anything at all, so it does not give you any information or data related to where you're at any time. Alright, so just a few minutes out from our next waypoint, which is going to be Wilms, whatever it is. We're still within Nassau or the Bahamas FIR, and we should be over Androstown International. Well, we're actually over Andros Clarence A. Bain, but we are just leaving that area right now. This is the aircraft from the external view, and I'm going to turn it around a little bit so I can pre-cache some of this terrain. Look at how beautiful that is. You would, I mean, from the how it looks, you can tell that I'm using a lower end GPU, but if you did not know any better, like, you would never believe that this is a lower end GPU doing this type of rendering. And the fact that I did pre-cache all of this on my local cache, or my manual cache, I did about 30 gigabytes of manual cache for this. You know, I cached majority of the Caribbean islands, which means that I went ahead and I download or pre-downloaded all this, so it would be an offline cache, and instead of having, like, you know, this area here be or updated like every few seconds or updated every time that I fly through, I manually cache this area so that when I'm flying over, it does not have to use all of its processing power to download and then send the information over to my GPU and then render. So I release the workload off of my GPU by having this already pre-cached, so the GPU is able to access them on its own without any issues. Alright, so our next Wilmers is going to be about 42 miles. Sorry if you guys are not seeing, but it's about 41 miles away. We have a nice steady headwind here, 38 knots. I would have loved a tailwind. I would have loved the tailwind, but you know, it's nothing can be done about this. Alright, so now everything is here. Let's run our progress. Miami's about 142 nautical miles. Again, at Clier, we're going to go ahead and initiate our stopwatch here. Wait for 2 minutes, then we're going to initiate our flight level change. Now, in flight level change, the aircraft does descend pretty quickly. And I'm not sure why they have it set up to do such a quick or a rapid descent. I could get away with at Clier doing, or right after Clier doing my descent, top of descent at the next waypoint, but you know, in the era of you know, just showing you guys how to do it, you can decide to do it at 1,000 feet per minute, 1,200 feet per minute, however you want to do it, doing vertical speed mode, but I will just use our flight level change mode which will initiate, you know, it's going to be a rapid descent, but for some reason they have the flight level change to do such a rapid descent. And I dislike that type of rapid descending motion that they have it doing. I may let them know about it because, to be honest, if you are going to be doing a level change mode, you should not be descending so quickly, or you should at least be able to let it know exactly how slow you want to go down. Alright, so we're just keeping eyes on and hoping that it's all good. Alright, so we're almost to Wilmais, and then we're heading over to Clier, and we should, that's when we're going to start our stopwatch to, you know when we're going to start descending. There are times when I will have some lag, but again, that's just because my sim is very touchy, or my GPU is very touchy. Um, I am gonna overclock my CPU and test it out, see if overclocking the CPU is gonna give me a significant boost in my performance. But I'm really concerned about it because overclocking the CPU in and of itself, when I tested it using the Intel tuning utility thing, it literally brought down my score, which lower scores means it's doing poorly. So I may have to adjust my maybe adjust my XMP, get my XMP up, and work with it that way. When I get into the overclocking thing, I'm gonna overclock my RAMs first. Try to get up to 2666 because from what I know, the RAMs that I do have in here can get overclocked to 2666, but we will see. Yeah, there are performance hits. All right, let me close some of these things that I do have running in the background here on my thing. Let's check Miami. Miami still has tower and ground on line 121.8 and 118.3. He has been online for like about 34 minutes. It's like literally waiting there for me to come in. Mr. Bell and Mr. Nelson. Uh, yeah, Mitch. So I am on my way down. We're on approach. And from what I am seeing right now, we definitely will get a little bit of stuttering from or upon landing. It's something that I am expecting for the entire time down. And I'm dreading this because, it's such a nice. The stream was pretty smooth for the most part. Okay, whoever that is, they are not doing themselves any good favors here. Let's see what our approach looks like. Wait. Okay, for some reason this is not moving to where it needs to move for me. We're gonna go ahead and switch to auto brake low. As we prepare for our landing here today. All right, so I definitely am experiencing some stutters. This is definitely going to be where I, may disconnect the stream if I am experiencing way too many stutters, and if it's not going to be entertaining enough for you guys, I will definitely disconnect it. But, yep, as you notice, that GPU is struggling to stream and... Okay, so here we go. We are reducing our speed now to 250 below 10,000. Thanks a lot. It is definitely putting on a struggle here today. Alright, so I'm getting off of my Navigraph here because it's really causing some issues. And whoever it is calling in, I think they need to... Oh yeah, also a lot of my model files are not loaded in. There's Miami International right there, and we are continuing our descent. I know American Airlines Virtual is still going to tell me something about this 251 knots because they are so picky about it, but it's all fine. All right, we're approaching our 10,000. Stereo cockpit on. Landing lights set to on. There's no way they're going to see us, so our local lights are remaining off. All right, below 10,000. Check our altimeters, 3018. For some reason, I'm feeling to get off of VATSIM because VATSIM is right now. I am still getting, my simulator failed to create an aircraft. So that could just simply means that, some of my FSLTL liveries aren't loading in correctly. We're gonna keep descending down to 4,000 feet. Oh, nope, correction, 3,000 feet. All right, let's check our flight plan. And let's go next. Would we have anything else here? Check our flight plan. We have no issues coming in. All right, we're good. All right, so right now my sim is just trying to load in as much things as possible. I think I'm gonna pre-cache Miami as well because of the fact that I'm getting these type of stuttering. This is something I definitely need to get done. So I will be in the know for pre-caching Miami. And again, this is gonna, cause some struggling with my GPU. It is something that I am expecting to have some struggles with, is that GPU. And there you go. We have some turbulence coming in. As you see, the winds are bouncing about all around the place, so we are getting some, shear. And I've got my thing off, so I won't be able to see. I mean, I got my Navigraph off. I won't be able to see. I can check my charts here, but I'm not going to do that. See, our sim does stabilize for a sec, but then it still has to load all these textures in, which I have not yet loaded in. Again, I am using, manual cache, but I did not cache anywhere in the US because, it's pretty large. But I think that's something that I am definitely going to be doing, is caching the US sceneries, so I don't have, much issues when it comes to my flights. There we go. The aircraft has done a real hard bank here, but should be all good. For some reason, this... Oh, there we go. We're getting our weather on. Alright, so it doesn't look like we have any rain or... Oh! Went through some clouds there. Looks like we're experiencing any rain or anything like that. Miami Tower is on line 118.3. There we go, we're inbound and we're turning in. So see, now we don't have any rain on our weather radar, just so that we'll be able to see what we're doing here. We're going to turn that off and we're going to keep flying in now. Alright, let's go ahead and activate our approach speed. We are flying through clouds, and I think I would definitely need to turn down some of my cloud textures, but it's fine. On a regular day without streaming and without me being on VATSIM, this would usually be a nice, pretty straightforward approach and pretty smooth approach, but this is one place that I forgot to cache. I wish I did cache this area, but I forgot to. And I'm sorry if I am going to need to disconnect the stream just for me to be able to, land this aircraft. I will. But for now, I am, seeing what it does for now. It is trying. It is trying its best. All right, Mr. GTX 980, go, go, go. We need to keep you going. I should be preparing for our ILS, but again, I'm just gonna go ahead and follow our LNAV in. All right, so let's go listen to tower right now.
American 56, Miami Tower, good morning, runway 8 right, taxi November 10, Mike. Miami Tower, this is Condor 1698, request taxi. Condor 1698, Miami Tower. Good morning. Squawk mode Charlie for me, runway 8 right, taxi via Papa. Southwest 3973, change advisory 122.8. Good day, sorry that you didn't hear me.
Advisory 3973, thank you.
So what it looks like is Miami is landing traffic, or taking all traffic on 8 right, and 8
Condor
left, but I'm
1698,
coming
copy
at
those taxi
1-2.
instructions.
Hopefully that's not an issue. They may,
taxi to runway 8 right via Papa.
I may call them a little bit
Charlie.
in a minute. We're 25 out. And I may call them as soon as we line up here. We're still within clouds, so I'm not able to see the runway yet or see the airfield. So we will just keep in mind that we are going. Okay. I'm gonna try to put our output down a little bit. Let's try to get our video bit rate down. Alright, so here we are. On the approach to Miami. Alright, let's get flaps or slats out right now. And we're reducing our speed. Let's get down to 2,000. Level change, and we are getting down to 2,000 right now. Miami Tower, Envoy 448 Golf, we are with you on the device to arrival for runway 12.
Envoy 448 Golf, Miami Tower. Good morning, wind 130 at 7, runway 12 clear to land, hold short runway 9er.
12 clear to land, hold short runway 9er for Envoy 448 Golf. Alright, so we did get our landing clearance, and we are going to go ahead and continue our approach per land, and look how beautiful that looks. And Dominica right now, rain has started, and we are slowing down now. I have no eyes yet. Can our approach mode go on? No, because we don't have our ILS dialed in yet. But I can see the runway out there. Alright, let's go flaps 3. I'm considering getting lower, but... Alright. Let's go down. Alright. Let's go. Landing gear down. Oh, we got some wind.
This is Condor 1698. I think I'm going to delay my taxi here. Condor 1698, no problem. Just give me a call when you are ready to go as your transponder keeps kicking off. Looks like it keeps kicking off. Copy that.
Alright, yeah, we're not supposed to be this low, but I want to get down below the clouds. And I want to be able to let my sim render this a lot quicker. So I'm going to be a little bit lower than I'm supposed to be. We're just gonna keep flaps 3 out while we fly, this approach. All right, and there's a runway right there. Hopefully our landing is gonna go smoothly. The stream is still going pretty good. I need to look around so that I could keep my terrain being pre-cached. All right, let's go ahead and get flaps to full. I am not gonna land at 104 knots. And you are not gonna make me land at 104 knots. Another reason why this aircraft is very interesting with its way that it flies.
Throttle.
All right, let's get throttle off,
Autopilot.
and autopilot is off. All right, so we're manually flying this aircraft right now. I think we should disengage our yaw dampening. All right, and here we go. Line and checklist. Landing gear down. Lock 3 greens. Flaps.
This is Condor 1698. Could you just keep on
Flaps full. And it's going down.
Condor 16. Condor 1698. Keep your tilt off and on. I see you hitting the button, and then it'll be on for a few seconds, and then it'll kick back off.
All right, there we go. We got some stutter in. And if you notice, my graphics card is literally not rendering anything.
Don't worry, you can figure out which aircraft is it? Twilix A330. Roger that.
1,000 feet. I need to trim my aircraft here because it's getting me pulled back on me here. And we're at 1,000. We're reducing our power. Alright, we got a little stutter. Continue.
500.
Got it trim out. There we go. We're getting a lot of stutters here for it.
800.
I forgot Miami.
200.
Miami just has way too many things.
100.
Right, nope, we're going around. Alright, here we go, we're going around. Gear up. Yeah, that's way too much stuttering for my liking.
Convoy 448 Golf, welcome to Miami exit. Oh, looks like you took back off. Are you going around?
That's correct, Convoy 448. We are going around.
Roger that. For Convoy 448, 3000, flying 270, change advisory 122.8. Call me when you're back on phone.
3000, 270, 122.84, Convoy 448. Alright, yo, so, yep, we did have, It is not doing what it's supposed to do. So we're gonna manually fly this go around. And we gotta go back over to 22.8. The aircraft is just not doing what I want it to do. And let's sync this. Turn on the autopilot. A lot of these are being done by a scroll wheel, and I am definitely gonna be adjusting a few things here. Level change. Alright, so all this, for the sake of doing a few things here, I'm just gonna adjust a few settings. This is how you know when things are really getting bad. Let's see, volumetric clouds. Let's get this back down. Come on. We're applying this. Let's get some of these cloud textures down. Alright, and he said heading to 70 for us. But we've just got to follow our approach here. And I'm going to go ahead and go back over to advisory here. Let us get our speed up. For us to get our flaps up and our slats back up. See, exactly why I don't want to fly into Miami is because of that. Miami tends to be a little bit troublesome with the approach. So I'm just going to follow our line here that we took. Now we're going to go back to approach speed, which is 210. Get our flaps and slats up so that we can be in our clean configuration for this go around. So if you guys don't know, we did go around in Miami because of Miami's ever consistent lag. I've got to go into my sim settings and turn down a few things, especially Miami's ground, whatever it is, and get that done. Alright, so we're on head and select, and we are just going to go ahead and avoid these clouds here because re-entering our lateral navigation is going to be difficult. And yeah, Mitch, so this is something that only happens in Miami, London Heathrow, New York, and if I'm not mistaken, San Diego. Those are the only places that I actually experience stuttering with. So those are the, it's expected. If I'm flying anywhere else throughout the Caribbean, throughout the Americas, throughout Europe, I don't get this stuttering. And also in Dubai as well, I get this type of stuttering. Not sure why I completely forgot to turn off Miami's ground render or whatever else it has, because there are things like trains and so on moving around Miami, that they have trains and buses and cars and so on that is running around that I forgot to turn off. Although I have it turned off in my settings, I don't have it turned off for the airport itself. So that's why, or that's why you would see that happening. But I'm expecting this in Miami. I landed in Key West, there was no issues. I landed everywhere else with this aircraft and there is no issues. Every time that I land or take off from Miami, that's exactly what I experience. But it's with specific aircraft. If I fly with the Vision Jet or the Honda Jet, I don't get this type of issue. If I fly with any other lower tier aircraft, I don't get this type of issue. With a higher tier aircraft that has a lot of CPU processing and GPU processing, I will definitely get this. So it's not something that I get every single time, because if you notice, I did stream flying in the Caribbean and I did not have this type of ridiculous stuttering, but coming into Miami is usually where my kryptonite is. Miami is kryptonite for this system. Alright, so we're going to be doing a shortcut here and just cutting through here, because I know from this altitude we should be okay. So we're just going to go ahead and take a shortcut down to 2000. Let's use a level change and get down to 2000. Alright, at 110, we're going to go ahead and activate our slats right now. This is exactly why I said that I may end up disconnecting the stream because of this. But then again, even if I disconnect this stream, this is still not gonna change exactly what's happening here right now.
2500.
Miami is gonna Miami, regardless of how much I like it. Miami is gonna still Miami. Most likely when I'm flying down to Anguilla, I will just stream the ending, just so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about. But Miami is gonna Miami. That looks like rain right there. Well, it's not necessarily the scenery itself that is heavy. It's mainly, let's go ahead and get our 180. It's not necessarily the scenery that's heavy, it's the little things that are around Miami. Trains, buses, cars, just driving around, people moving around, airport traffic, all these types of nonsense that is just moving around Miami that is causing those types of stuttering. So from what I am aware of, you can go into the scenery folder and disable a few things in the XML file. And a bird just came directly on my window and started crying for some weird reason. But yeah, as mentioned before, whenever you can go into the scenery folder and disable a lot of stuff, which I am definitely going to do. And then I'm gonna go ahead and retest again, you know, just so that I could, you know, show people, or just test it out so that, you know, I can show people how everything goes, or how you gotta get it. Alright, yo, so yeah, it's mainly Miami. Miami is the only place that I experience. Miami and New York, those are places that have a lot, and I'm not sure why, you know, scenery makers don't just, you know, set it up in a way that when we're installing this to disable a lot of these things, they just, you know, put it in and say, hey, yeah, it's gonna install here, and then everything gets loaded in. So someone like me who is having some trouble, you know, just maintaining maintaining my system is gonna be a little bit more troublesome. Okay, so let me go ahead and get back onto tower here. So we are back on the tower frequency. We're gonna go ahead and select our next degree of flaps. Yeah, because I think with Xbox, Miami is procedurally generated, or it's something that I would say that Asobo just did and just said, okay, well, yeah, this is Miami, but that's not the case. All right, header 1, 2, 120. Let's go 120 with this. Let's engage our nav mode, and the aircraft should fly directly to runway 1 and 2. All right. Again, yeah, it's the stuttering is mainly because of that, and I'm gonna make the adjustments necessary for this. Let's go gear. Nope, we're not got landing clearance yet, so no gear down. For some reason, it is climbing to reduce its speed. Just stupid. All right, Miami Tower, Boy 448 Golf. We are back with you on runway 12.
Envoy 448 Golf, wind 1307, runway 12, clear line, hold short, runway 9.
Clear line, runway 12, hold short, runway 9er, Envoy 448 Golf. Alright, so we have clearance to land. Our landing gear is down, auto brake is low, and we're gonna go
Hey, Condor, you still with me?
full flaps. And
Yeah, Condor's still here. Hey,
now we're gonna increase our speed to 130 knots.
I was reading about the tallest A330. It says if you look through the McDo settings that there's a setting for it to go standby when you're on the ground. So maybe that'd be some. Maybe that'll help you narrow down where it's at. But I was just doing some research. Okay. All right, cool. Thank you. You know, interestingly, I flew out of Manchester yesterday, and I didn't have an issue. Surprised I got it today. Where did you fly out of? Manchester, England. I wonder if it's is that a Bravo? Or, I don't know how they classify the airports over there. Is that same like a Bravo, or is it has radar, or is it like a Charlie, something smaller? It's like a Bravo. They have full ATC top down. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. Interesting. Yeah, but there's something I'm gonna look at. Thank you.
Alright, so if you notice, we are on our approach here. It's pretty fine. It's getting up close and personal to the airport. That's the issue. Because with this here, I can land in this type of setup, right? Like this type of configuration. Maybe with this amount of frames, I can land. Once I get close to the airport, then it's something totally different. Because as you notice, my GPU did not even get the time to render in all of the ground scenery and ground textures. Apparently it's, that's a level change, bro. You gotta get down to 2000, not 2400. Apparently it did not load all the ground textures, like for example all these houses and so on, the trees and so on were not even loaded in yet. That's because, again, with all of these things being loaded in around the airport, like the traffic and trains and all these types of stuff, what is happening is the amount of time that my CPU has to process is still stuck loading this, whereas it does not get enough time for my GPU to process this. So what I think I would definitely need to do is try to either get my CPU up or, you know, try to disable this. But I'm gonna disable that, test it out, see if it works. If it does work, then I'm good. And then I'm gonna you know, try to boost my CPU up in a little bit. Alright, but for now we are at the right height. Now we're gonna go ahead and disable our autopilot. Check. Throttle off.
Throttle.
Tower, this is Condor 1698. I think I found it. Yeah, roger that, Condor 1698. Still shows standby on my screen, but it's okay. Maybe once you get off the ground, it'll pop. It might be a setting Miami has. I don't know, because we're the only one without a tag right now on the ground. Okay, alright, I don't know. American 2496, change advisory 122.8.
Is it okay if we turn back because our FMC just glitched down for American 2496?
American 2496, of course, maintain 3000, left, flight heading 270, give a call on.
3,270, American 2496, give me a call when we're here.
It's our second pass, and I doubt I'm gonna, I mean, I can make a third landing if this decides to
1683, runway
trash
right,
around,
taxi,
but I
November
definitely
9,
know it's gonna cause issues because it is gonna cause issues regardless of what I try. I definitely have to disable some of the stuff. There are persons on the ground. You can see from our TCAS there that aircraft on the
Miami
ground.
Tower, Mooney, November 5464 Romeo with Tango. Doing some ILS approach practice today. Requesting clearance.
Yeah, Mooney, I was wanting to get in touch with you. Mooney 5464 Tango. It shows you logged in as Romeo, 5464 Romeo, and your flight plan was filed under a different.
Yeah, I said
double check.
Alright, as you hear, my CPU is literally getting some pressure trying to load up everything.
So yes,
So that's why Maxim is stuttering.
But your
Yep, there we go.
flight plan that you filed for the ILS.
Oh.
Yeah, no, this is...
Oh, Fred Rogers.
100.
That doesn't have the Romeo on.
50.
That's what I'm trying to.
Okay, Roger, thanks.
Well, I just stay on your Romeo, but and I'll just create you a new little flight.
Yup, it wasn't nice.
Good runway.
For 16, wind.
Yeah, I'm just not gonna bother with it anymore.
16.
Set a Mooney
on the runway 8 right.
I'm definitely just not gonna bother with it anymore because I'm gonna disable it.
464 Romeo. What was your aircraft type again?
That landing was not really nice. But I'm honestly not gonna bother with it anymore. I am definitely just gonna taxi to my gate, get done with this, and I'm gonna, you know, make the adjustments because it is definitely not nice. I hate this. Okay. Adjustments need to be made. Alright, let's get off. I hate Miami. I definitely hate Miami. Alright, so one of the things that we definitely need to do... See, he called me, and I am not getting him. Alright, we're gonna stop here.
Really?
Alright, let's disconnect from the network. And yeah, I'm off the network now because this is like... Okay. Let's see. Alright, so I'm off the network now, and it decides to partially stabilize because there are no traffic really around. So I'm just gonna go ahead and park and get off this because alright, so for this I am definitely going to get over to our gate and try to do whatever it is that I need to do. Yeah, I'm definitely going to need to make the adjustments in my folder here, my community folder. This is a Latin VFR, and for some reason, look at how bad that is. Like, come on. You see all those buses and things around here? That's not supposed to be here. I'm just gonna keep this stream going while I, you know, make a few adjustments and show you guys exactly what I'm gonna be doing to make the adjustments on these. Because look at that. I've been pressing the brake for, you know, almost an hour. Alright, this I am definitely gonna add some sources. Alright, just give me a sec while I make some adjustments through here. Alright, are we okay? Yeah, we're good. We're good there. We're good there. We're good there. We're good there. All right. Good, 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 good. Perfect. All right. So I just didn't want to make it seem like, you know. All right. So I'm just going to go ahead and do a display capture here. Let me select my monitor. Head through here. All right. So let me get off here and let's go here. I disconnected from our network here, and then I'm just going to go ahead and access our folders here. Boom. There we go. All right. Now my community folder is going to be... no, that's not it. There it is. Perfect. All right. Let's see. Latin VFR. Miami. Where are you? Okay. I need to take this off. And I need to take this off. Okay, let's see. Let's do KMIA. Oh, okay, it's not Latin VFR. That's maybe why. Alright, let's do scenery. That's the BGL. These are the libraries. These are the textures. Alright, so something like that is exactly what you are definitely going to need to do. Is disabling some of the... Oh, look at this. Trailers, trailer head, jetways. What am I doing with jetways? Why do I have jetways? Why? For what reason? Alright, let's open up the config file. Hopefully it does not open up with... Okay, yeah, it does open up with the right one. Those are all the jetways. And these are a lot. Alright, I may try Latin VFRs. Let's see, textures. Jetway materials. Why do I have trailers? The world may never know. Why do I have heads? The world may never know. Freightliner. Why do we have these? The world may never know. All these are things that are added to the sim that are not supposed to be like the little objects like these are exactly why my sim is doing this. Let's see. Let's go up and pull up the thumbnail. So I'll show you what the thumbnail looks like. Yeah. All these, like, will people, this crap, these craps, like, no, this is not gonna do it for me. Although my aircraft is here, and I touch down 105 feet per minute, which is weird. Let me get my sim brief done before I do this, and I'm gonna, you know, make my adjustments here. Let's get this off. Let's get this off, and let's go back here. So this is something that you got to do all the time for them, and only for them. Oh, my engines are still running. Right now I could care less about exactly how I do everything, because again, this is annoying as heck. All this is supposed to be done already. Get this off. APU is on bus, and just wait for... See, like this, I look anywhere else and it's doing what it should do. As soon as I look up to look around Miami, it's all these. What am I doing with these? I don't have these enabled. These are off. They're not supposed to be on. So yeah, it's exactly these types of things around, you know, the aircraft. Those little things. There is a train up somewhere around that way. There are boats all around. Like, why would I need... Look, I'm not looking at the airport itself, and it's fine. But the moment I turn around here, there is issues. Mainly because there are trains and so on moving all about there, and I'm not about to, you know, frustrate myself with this. So let's go. Click off. Come on, we're going off. We're going off, and our flaps are up. Everything else is up. But again, as mentioned previously, this is something that I am gonna work in. I'm either... I'm not sure why I have B&M Sim, BM World A Sim, but I need to remove. Yep, there it is. Rail. Antennas, rails. What am I doing with all these nonsense? Okay. Yep, I'm gonna move all these things and get all these things done however I can do it, and then I will come back and test it out. I definitely need to file my PIREP right now and let them do whatever it is that they're gonna do. There we go, and so yeah, definitely just need to test this out again. So I'm gonna test it out, see if I get it fixed, and then I will hop back on. Hopefully it fixes that same issue, and then I'll test it again.